Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more Nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The kettle on the kitchen range of 221B Baker Street sang its familiar song. Not loud, but insistent. A gentle whistle that had become as much a part of the afternoon as the light falling through the windows. It was that particular time of day when London seemed to pause, when the street below grew quiet enough to hear one's own thoughts, and the gas lamps hadn't yet been lit, leaving the world suspended between daylight and dusk. The rain had been falling since morning, a soft, persistent patter that muted the city's usual clamour, turning even the busiest thoroughfares into something dreamlike and distant. Mrs. Hudson climbed the stairs to the sitting room with the careful, practiced steps of someone who had made this journey 10,000 times before. Her hands were warm from the kitchen, her apron dusted with flour from the afternoon's baking, and her mind already turning toward the evening ahead. Preparations for dinner, the mending that waited in her small quarters, the 100 small duties that filled the hours of a housekeeper's life. The stairs creaked beneath her feet as they always did, a sound so familiar it barely registered anymore. Yet there was something else this afternoon, something caught in the corners of the flat, a quality of stillness that made even these ordinary sounds seem to echo with a peculiar significance. The sitting room at 221B Baker Street was a world unto itself. It was a room of shadows and secrets, of objects that had accumulated over years of habitation, books stacked in precarious towers, curiosities cluttering the mantelpiece, the violin resting on a chair, scientific apparatus crowding the small table by the window. The wallpaper, faded and subtly patterned, held the memory of countless afternoons, and the furniture, though well worn, possessed the dignity of things long used and deeply familiar. 2 comfortable chairs faced each other across a low table, and between them the tea service waited, a modest arrangement of white porcelain and silver, the silver gleaming softly in the grey afternoon light. Mrs. Hudson set the kettle down with practised ease, the hot metal singing against the trivet she had positioned on the small table. Steam rose in lazy spirals, carrying with it the warmth of the day and the promise of comfort. She had made this tea countless times, thousands of times perhaps, her hands knowing the ritual by heart, the precise amount of leaves, the exact temperature of the water, the moment when the brew reached its perfect darkness. It was a ritual of care, though she would never have called it that. To Mrs. Hudson, it was simply what one did when the afternoon grew late and the work of the day had earned its respite. But as she reached for the sugar bowl, her hand paused. Something was wrong. Not dramatically wrong, not in any way that would have caused alarm, but wrong in the way that small things sometimes are when they are out of place. Her eyes, sharp despite her years, scanned the tea service with the swift assessment of someone who had handled these same pieces for more years than she cared to count. The teapot was there, solid and reassuring. The cups sat in their familiar arrangement. The small dish for biscuits waited, empty and patient, and the milk jug, with its delicate handle, stood exactly where it should. But the spoon, the small silver teaspoon, the one with the tiny rose engraved on its handle, the one that had been a gift so many years ago that its origin had become almost mythical in Mrs. Hudson's memory. The spoon was gone. For a moment she stood very still, her hand suspended above the sugar bowl, as if by remaining motionless she might convince the spoon to reappear. The rain continued its soft percussion against the windows, and somewhere in the building a door closed quietly. The kettle ticked as it cooled slightly, and the world continued its ordinary business, indifferent to the small crisis unfolding in the sitting room at 221B Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson's face did not change dramatically. She was not a woman prone to theatrical reactions. Her life had been one of quiet competence, of managing small catastrophes with grace, of understanding that things went missing and were found again, that life continued whether one's favourite teaspoon was present or absent. And yet there was something about this particular spoon that made its absence feel more significant than the mere loss of a utensil. She had received it as a wedding gift, more than 30 years ago now, from her mother-in-law, a woman long since departed to whatever peace or torment awaited in the afterlife. The rose engraved on its handle had been chosen because Mrs. Hudson, then Margaret, with a different surname, with a different life entirely, had always favoured roses. It was a small gesture, a tiny acknowledgement of her preference, but it had mattered. It mattered still. The spoon had travelled with her through her marriage, through her husband's illness, through his death, and into the quiet years of her widowhood. It had been present at countless meals, had stirred sugar into thousands of cups of tea, and had become, through sheer accumulation of time and use, something more than mere silver and engraving. It was a memory made tangible. It was the past held in one's hand, and now it is gone. Mrs. Hudson set down the sugar bowl and turned to survey the room more, carefully. The sitting room was in its typical state of organised chaos. Mr. Holmes had been here that morning. She had heard him pacing, as he often did when a thought was troubling him, back and forth across the floor with that peculiar rhythm that she had learned to recognise as the sound of his mind working itself towards some conclusion. Dr. Watson had been in and out during the past week, sometimes with Mr. Holmes, sometimes alone, occasionally emerging from their rooms looking thoughtful or, on one memorable occasion, faintly exasperated. The teaspoon, she reasoned, might have slipped beneath a cushion, or been placed on the small side table and then moved by accident. These things happened. The world was full of small mysteries, most of which resolved themselves into nothing more than absent-mindedness, or the ordinary chaos of daily life. And yet Mrs. Hudson found herself moving slowly through the sitting room, her eyes scanning the familiar landscape of the space with new attention. The rain outside seemed to intensify for a moment, as if the sky itself were leaning in to witness this small crisis. The windows of 221B Baker Street were tall and narrow, typical of London townhouses of the era, and they looked out onto Baker Street proper, where the afternoon traffic moved in muted waves. A hansom cab passed, its horse's hooves muffled by the wet street. A street vendor's cry was distant and almost musical in its remoteness. The city continued, unaware and unconcerned with the missing teaspoon. Mrs. Hudson was about to check beneath the chairs when she heard the sound of the front door opening below, followed by the unmistakable sound of Dr. Watson ascending the stairs. His footsteps were heavier than Mr. Holmes' quick, precise tread, and there was a particular rhythm to them that she had come to recognise as distinctly his own. He was climbing slowly today, she noted, perhaps the old wound in his leg troubling him, or perhaps simply tired from whatever business had occupied his morning. She straightened quickly, smoothing her apron and tucking a strand of grey hair back into its proper place. The teaspoon could wait. Dr. Watson was arriving for his afternoon tea, and that was a routine that took precedence over minor domestic mysteries. She would mention the missing spoon in passing. Watson was a good man, attentive in his way, and he might have some thought on the matter. Or perhaps Mr. Holmes, when he arrived, would notice its absence and make some brilliant deduction that would resolve the whole affair into nothing more than a momentary curiosity. Watson entered the sitting room with the ease of a man who had visited this space countless times before. His coat was damp from the rain, and he carried with him the cool, fresh scent of the wet London afternoon. His face was flushed from the climb, and there was about him that particular quality of weariness that came from a long day spent attending to patients in various states of discomfort. He settled himself into his familiar chair, the one across from Holmes's preferred seat, and sighed with the satisfaction of a man finally able to rest. "Ah, Mrs. Hudson," he said, his voice warm and genuinely pleased. "I had hoped you might have tea prepared. The afternoon has been rather trying, I must confess. 3 house calls, a difficult patient with an inflammation of the throat, and an elderly gentleman convinced that his digestion was at fault when it was merely anxiety about his daughter's engagement. The mind can be a curious physician to itself, you know." Mrs. Hudson moved about the small table with her practised efficiency, setting out the cups with their delicate handles, arranging the small plate of biscuits that she had baked that morning, positioning everything with the precision of someone who had performed this ritual so many times that it had become second nature. "I'm afraid there's been a small matter this afternoon, Doctor," she said quietly, and there was something in her tone that caused Watson to look up from where he had been settling back into his chair. "My favourite teaspoon, the silver one with the rose on the handle, seems to have gone missing." Watson blinked at her with a slightly distracted air of a man emerging from thoughts about inflammation and anxiety. "Gone missing? Do you mean misplaced? Or do you suspect some form of theft?" There was a faint smile on his face, as if the idea of someone stealing a teaspoon from 221B Baker Street struck him as faintly amusing, despite the genuine concern he felt for Mrs. Hudson's distress. "I'm not certain, Doctor," Mrs. Hudson replied, and there was something in her carefully measured tone that suggested this was not merely a matter of a displaced utensil. "I've kept that spoon since my wedding day, you see. More than 30 years now. It was a gift, and I've used it every day without fail. This afternoon, when I came to prepare the tea, it was simply not there." Watson sat up a bit straighter, his attention now fully engaged. There was something in Mrs. Hudson's voice that communicated the true significance of what seemed, on the surface, to be a trivial matter. In his years at 221B Baker Street, he had come to understand that the importance of things was not always measured by their monetary value or practical utility. The missing teaspoon, in that moment, became more than a teaspoon. It became a small disruption in the ordinary, a tiny puzzle that had somehow inserted itself into the afternoon. "Well," Watson said, his tone shifting into something more sympathetic, "I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation. These things have a way of turning up. Perhaps you set it down somewhere while doing the washing up, or it slipped beneath something. Have you had a thorough look at the kitchen?" Mrs. Hudson nodded, her hands folding and unfolding slightly. "I have looked, Doctor, thoroughly. I've checked beneath the cupboards, in the usual places, where things accumulate. It's quite simply vanished." It was at that precise moment, as if summoned by the very mention of a mystery, that the sitting-room door swung open and Sherlock Holmes entered with the peculiar energy that always seemed to accompany him. His eyes were bright, his expression suggesting that his mind had been engaged in some absorbing problem, and there was about him the restless quality of a man whose intellect was constantly seeking stimulation. He paused in the doorway for just an instant, his gaze sweeping across the room, taking in Mrs. Hudson's posture, Watson's expression, and the arrangements of the tea service in one swift, comprehensive assessment. "Ah," he said, and there was something in his voice, some quality of amusement or perhaps recognition, that suggested he had already perceived the small crisis that had unfolded in the sitting-room. "I perceive that Mrs. Hudson has discovered the loss of something precious. Am I correct? Something of sentimental rather than monetary value, something that has been part of her daily routine for quite some time, and something whose absence therefore carries a significance disproportionate to its material worth." Watson had learned long ago not to be entirely surprised by Holmes's deductions, and yet each time they occurred, they possessed a quality of minor miracle that made him stare just for a moment at the detective with something approaching wonder. Mrs. Hudson, for her part, looked at Holmes with an expression somewhere between gratitude and resignation. "My teaspoon, Mr. Holmes," she said simply. "The silver one with the rose." "Ah," Holmes said again, and he smiled. A genuine smile, not the thin, cutting expression he sometimes wore, but something warmer and more engaged. "Then I believe we have before us a small mystery most worthy of investigation. Not perhaps one destined to grace the pages of the evening papers, but a mystery nonetheless. And mysteries, Mrs. Hudson, regardless of their scale, are the very essence of existence. Shall we begin?" And so, on that quiet afternoon in London, with the rain falling softly outside and the light beginning its slow descent toward evening, the mystery of the missing teaspoon took on a shape and weight that would soon reveal itself to be far more significant than anyone, least of all poor, bewildered Watson, could have anticipated. The tea sat cooling in its pot, the biscuits waiting patiently on their plate, and the silver spoon remained absent, a small void in the ordinary world of 221B Baker Street waiting to be solved. The afternoon had deepened perceptibly in the moments since Holmes had announced his intention to investigate, and the quality of light in the sitting-room had shifted to that particular shade of grey that London afternoons assumed when rain persisted and the day refused to brighten. The gas lamp still remained unlit, though shadows had begun to gather in the corners of the room, transforming familiar objects into slightly mysterious silhouettes. Holmes had settled himself into his chair with the air of a man preparing for something momentous, though whether the occasion warranted such ceremony was, as Watson had often reflected, entirely a matter of perspective. "Now then," Holmes began, steepling his fingers beneath his chin in that characteristic gesture that Watson had come to recognise as indicative of intense concentration, "let us approach this matter with the rigorous methodology that such a mystery demands. "Mrs. Hudson, I must ask you to bear with me, whilst I conduct what I am pleased to call a proper inquiry. The disappearance of a beloved object is, in its own way, every bit as worthy of investigation as the most spectacular crime. Indeed, one might argue that it is more worthy, for the personal element introduces complications of emotion and memory that the purely criminal case often lacks." Watson, who had been in the process of settling more comfortably into his chair with his tea, found himself instead sitting forward with renewed attention. There was something in Holmes's tone, a quality of engagement that suggested the detective was not merely humouring Mrs. Hudson, but was genuinely intrigued by the puzzle before them. This, Watson had learned, was often the way of things at Baker Street. What appeared trivial on the surface frequently concealed layers of complexity that only Holmes' peculiar mind seemed capable of perceiving. Mrs. Hudson stood near the mantelpiece, her hands clasped before her, waiting. The teapot steamed gently between them, still hot, still useful, though somehow diminished in its purpose by the absence of the spoon that should have accompanied it. Outside the windows, Baker Street continued its wet and quiet afternoon commerce, utterly indifferent to the small drama unfolding in the sitting-room above. First, Holmes continued, rising from his chair with the restless energy that seemed to inhabit his frame almost constantly. "I require a detailed account of your morning and early afternoon. When did you last see the spoon? Where was it? What were the circumstances surrounding that final observation?" Mrs. Hudson considered this with the seriousness that such an interrogation deserved. "I used it this morning, Mr. Holmes, at breakfast time. I was preparing tea for myself and my sister. She had called round for a visit, and the spoon was there in the service, where it always is. After breakfast, I cleared away the things, washed the service thoroughly, and set it out fresh for this afternoon's tea with Dr. Watson. It was there when I began this afternoon, I'm quite certain of it. It wasn't until I came to prepare the water just now that I noticed it was absent." Holmes began to pace, moving in that characteristic manner of his, back and forth, covering the worn carpet with measured strides, whilst his eyes remained half closed and his mind, one sensed, was entirely engaged elsewhere. "Your sister," he said, not as a question but as a statement that nonetheless invited clarification. "She is a regular visitor, I presume? She would have no reason to take the spoon, no desperate financial circumstances, no peculiar habit of appropriating household items." "My sister," Mrs. Hudson said with a faint smile, "is a respectable woman of considerable means, Mr. Holmes. Her husband is a solicitor in Hampstead. She has no need for my teaspoons, and she certainly harbours no tendency toward theft." "Precisely," Holmes said, and Watson noticed that the detective was now examining various objects on the mantelpiece, picking them up with delicate precision and setting them down again. "The sister is merely establishing the context, the boundaries of our inquiry. She's not herself a suspect, but rather a marker in the timeline, a witness, as it were, even if unconscious of what she witnesses. She left at what hour?" "Shortly after 10 o'clock, Mrs. Hudson replied. "She has a committee meeting at the Ladies' Aid Society at 11, and it's in Kensington." Holmes nodded, seeming satisfied with this temporal marker. He had now moved to the window and was examining the frame with a thoroughness that suggested he suspected the spoon might have somehow launched itself through the glass in a fit of metallic independence. Watson found himself suppressing a smile at the absurdity of this investigation, and yet he knew from experience that Holmes rarely undertook any inquiry without reason. If the detective was examining the window, then there was, in his estimation, something about the window worth examining. "And after your sister departed," Holmes said, turning from the window and fixing Mrs. Hudson with his penetrating gaze, "you engaged in your usual household duties? You prepared lunch, perhaps? Attended the mending? Managed whatever myriad tasks occupy a housekeeper's afternoon?" "Much as always, Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Hudson replied. "There was a market to attend to. I went out to the greengrocer for vegetables and to the butcher for tonight's dinner. I was gone for perhaps an hour and a half. When I returned, I put away the provisions, began the preparations for the evening meal, and came upstairs to prepare the tea for Dr. Watson." Holmes's eyes narrowed. "You went out. Excellent. And in this hour and a half of your absence, the flat, was it empty? Entirely empty?" There was a pause. Watson saw Mrs. Hudson's expression shift subtly, saw her consciousness reach back through the morning towards some recollection that she had not immediately considered significant. Dr. Watson came by, she said slowly. About 3/4 of an hour after I left. He had a key, you understand. He came in to collect a medical journal he had left here last week. He was here perhaps 10 minutes, I should think. He had let himself in, found the journal, and departed before I returned. Watson, who had been engaged in the careful demolition of a biscuit, looked up suddenly. Mrs. Hudson, I assure you, I hadn't the faintest intention of— that is to say, I was merely collecting. He found his words tangling together in a manner most unbecoming. Holmes held up a hand in a gesture that was both placating and dismissive. My dear Watson, I harbour not the slightest suspicion of your culpability in this matter. The spoon has not, I presume, been stolen by you, and subsequently sold to the nearest fence for opium money. Rather, I wish to establish the movements of all parties during the crucial period. Come now, Watson, when you entered the flat this morning, was the sitting room undisturbed? Was everything as you would normally expect to find it? Watson furrowed his brow, concentrating with the seriousness of a schoolboy being questioned by a master. The sitting room seemed perfectly normal, as far as I could recall. I went directly to that shelf there. He gestured toward the bookcase where the medical journals were kept, where I had left the publication in question. I was in and out in a matter of minutes. I confess I was not paying particular attention to the tea service or any other arrangement of objects. Precisely what one would expect, Holmes said, with an air of satisfaction that suggested this confirmation of Watson's habitual inattention was somehow gratifying to him. You went to the shelf. You found the journal. Was it immediately apparent where it was, or did you search for it? It was there on top of the shelf where I recalled leaving it, Watson said. Easy to spot. And in the process of reaching for this journal, did you handle any other objects? Did your coat perhaps come into contact with any of the furniture or articles in the room? Watson considered this. My coat was rather damp from the rain. I may have brushed against something when I reached up, but I was careful. I didn't wish to leave wet marks on the books. Holmes nodded slowly, and his expression took on that quality of satisfaction that suggested to Watson that the detective had just received confirmation of some internal theory. He turned back to Mrs. Hudson, who was watching this interchange with the patient attention of someone accustomed to the detective's methods. And during your absence, Mrs. Hudson, was the sitting-room door left open or closed? Open, I should think, Mrs. Hudson replied. I rarely close it. There's no purpose in it. The air circulates better with the doors open throughout the flat. Holmes moved now to the chair in which Watson had been sitting moments before. The mystery had been formally introduced. He examined the cushions with a minuteness that seemed to Watson to border on the theatrical, running his fingers along the upholstered surface as if he suspected the chair itself might harbour secrets. And where precisely does Dr. Watson typically sit when he visits? Holmes inquired, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer perfectly well. This chair, Mrs. Hudson said. He always prefers it. It's where he was sitting when I came in just now. Holmes' eyes glinted with what might have been amusement, or might have been the particular satisfaction of a man whose theories were confirming themselves one detail at a time. He held up his hand, and between his thumb and forefinger was something small and silver that caught the light with a sudden, brilliant flash. Watson rose from his chair with an exclamation. Good Lord, is that— The teaspoon, Holmes said calmly, turning it over in his hand so that the rose engraved on its handle caught the grey afternoon light and seemed to bloom for just an instant with a beauty entirely out of proportion to its material worth. Or rather, a teaspoon of very similar design and age. Mrs. Hudson, I must ask, is this your missing spoon? Mrs. Hudson approached and took the article from Holmes's hand, examining it with the intimacy of someone reunited with a beloved object. Her face, which had worn an expression of mild concern throughout the investigation, suddenly transformed into something approaching joy. It is, she breathed. Yes, Mr. Holmes, it is indeed my spoon. However, did it come to be lodged behind the cushion of Dr. Watson's chair? All three of them turned their attention to Watson, whose face had taken on a colour somewhere between pink and crimson, and whose expression suggested that he was engaged in a rapid process of internal examination and recollection. I haven't the faintest notion, he began, then paused. His hand rose to his coat pocket, and his expression shifted into one of dawning comprehension. That is to say, when I was here this morning, I had brought some correspondence with me, loose papers that I had intended to review before returning them to my lodgings. I was holding them in one hand whilst I retrieved the journal with the other. My pockets, I believe, were full, with my watch and my pocket book, and... He reached into his coat pocket with an air of reluctant investigation, and withdrew a spoon which he held up with the expression of a man who has just discovered he has been walking about London in possession of an object he did not know he possessed. "Ah," Holmes said with evident delight, "another candidate. And yet I perceive this one is not identical to the first. The engraving is slightly different. This one, if I am not mistaken, bears the mark of a different silversmith. Mrs. Hudson, do you have 2 spoons in your service? Or is one of these an interloper?" Mrs. Hudson examined Watson's spoon with a frown. "This one is not mine, Mr. Holmes. This must be one that belonged to—" She paused, and understanding dawned on her face. "Dr. Watson, I believe this may be a spoon that you left here several months ago. When you were recovering from that bout of influenza, you took your meals in the sitting room, and I suspect this spoon may have become separated from your personal items and been inadvertently retained in the household service." Watson stared at the spoon in his hand as if it had just transformed into something entirely unexpected. "I have been carrying this spoon in my pocket for the better part of 3 hours?" he asked, his tone suggesting this discovery was not one that filled him with pride. "Not 3 hours," Holmes corrected gently, "but rather, it appears since this morning when you carelessly thrust it into your coat pocket, along with your papers, whilst you were reaching for the journal. Your mind, occupied as it was with the location of the medical publication, failed to register the action entirely. It is a common enough phenomenon. The mind attends to what it deems important, and relegates all other details to a sort of obscurity from which they rarely emerge." Holmes turned back to Mrs. Hudson and presented her with her recovered spoon, which she received with a mixture of relief and amusement. "The mystery is resolved, though not in the manner one might have anticipated. Not a theft, Mrs. Hudson, but rather the operation of that most curious thief, human absent-mindedness. Dr. Watson has, quite unintentionally and without any knowledge of his own culpability, perpetrated the crime. I do sincerely apologize," Watson began, his embarrassment now thoroughly complete. "My dear Watson," Holmes interrupted, "you have done nothing for which you need to apologize. You have, in fact, provided me with the most engaging mystery of the afternoon. To wit, the question of where a spoon had vanished to when 2 perfectly good explanations presented themselves: theft, accident, or some other conventional agency. And yet the answer was far more elegant, was it not? A moment's inattention, a gesture performed without conscious thought, an object sliding into a pocket and being carried away from its proper sphere, all entirely innocent and utterly inevitable given the circumstances." Holmes had returned to his chair now, and was settling back into it with the air of a man satisfied with his day's work, though the day itself was scarcely half complete. And is this not the very essence of most domestic mysteries? They are not the grand affairs of crime and villainy, but rather the small comedies of daily life, wherein we simultaneously become the perpetrators and the victims of our own inattention. Watson sank back into his chair, still somewhat bewildered by the rapid resolution of the mystery, and by his own unwitting role in its perpetration. Mrs. Hudson was examining her recovered spoon with evident affection, running her thumb over the rose engraving as if to assure herself that it was indeed real and present and returned to her care. "I shall be more mindful in future," Watson said quietly. "Clearly my attentiveness is not what it ought to be." "On the contrary," Holmes said, his tone unusually warm, "you have been attentive in the ways that matter. You did not prevaricate when questioned. You did not attempt to defend yourself unnecessarily. You examined your own actions with honesty and arrived at the truth without requiring me to force it from you. These are the virtues of a gentleman, Watson, and they are rather more valuable than the minor lapses of attention that plague us all." The sitting-room fell into a companionable silence, broken only by the gentle sound of the rain continuing its persistent percussion against the windows and the soft ticking of the clock on the mantelpiece. Outside, London continued its business, indifferent to the small dramas of domestic life that unfolded behind closed doors. The light continued its gradual descent toward evening, and the gas lamps remained unlit, though soon they would need to be illuminated against the gathering darkness. Mrs. Hudson excused herself to return to the kitchen and to prepare fresh tea, armed now with the knowledge that the mystery which had so briefly interrupted the ordinary flow of the afternoon had been resolved into nothing more than a moment of inattention and a small comedy of errors. She carried her recovered spoon with her, placing it carefully back into the tea service, as if it had never been absent at all. Holmes leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, a faint smile playing about the corners of his mouth. "You see, Watson," he said quietly, "the disappearance of a teaspoon is, in its own way, every bit as perfect a mystery as the most elaborate crime, for within it resides the entire mystery of human nature, our attention and our blindness, our intentions and our oversights, our capacity to lose the things we value most simply by failing to pay attention to where we set them down." Watson nodded, sipping his now cooled tea, and reflected that for all his years of association with Sherlock Holmes, the detective's capacity to find significance in the seemingly insignificant remained profoundly surprising. The mystery had been solved, and yet Watson found himself, as the afternoon deepened and the light beyond the windows continued its gradual transformation from grey to something darker and more complex, unable to shake a peculiar feeling of restlessness. He sat in his familiar chair, his tea now entirely cool, and contemplated the small comedy that had unfolded around the missing spoon. Holmes, having delivered his pronouncements on the nature of human inattention, had retreated into that state of abstraction that Watson had come to recognise as indicative of his mind, engaging with some internal problem entirely separate from the matter at hand. The detective sat with his fingers steepled, his eyes half closed, appearing for all the world like a man on the verge of sleep, though Watson knew from long experience that Holmes's mind in such a state was often working with a ferocity that would have exhausted most ordinary intellects. Mrs. Hudson had returned to her duties in the kitchen, the recovered spoon now polished and restored to its place of honour in the tea service. The immediate crisis had passed, resolved into a small anecdote that would doubtless become one of the many stories that accumulated around life at 221B Baker Street, a place where even the most mundane occurrences seemed to contain within them the seeds of narrative. And yet Watson rose from his chair with a peculiar determination that surprised even himself. There was something in his mind that refused to settle, some small voice suggesting that the matter, whilst officially concluded, harboured within it a significance that had not been entirely exhausted by Holmes's elegant deduction. He found himself drawn toward the chair in which he had been sitting when Mrs. Hudson discovered the spoon's disappearance, and he began, with the methodical care of a man engaged in a task of genuine importance, to examine the cushions and the spaces around them with a thoroughness that approached Holmes's own habits of observation. The afternoon light, filtered through the tall windows of the sitting-room, had taken on that peculiar quality that London afternoons assumed when rain persisted and the day refused to brighten. The shadows in the corners of the room had deepened considerably, and though the gas lamps remained unlit, there was a sense that evening was approaching with inexorable certainty. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked with a steady rhythm that seemed, in the relative quiet of the room, almost loud, a sound that marked the passage of time with an insistence that could not be ignored. Watson's examination of the chair yielded nothing of particular interest. The cushions were firm and well maintained, the upholstery showing only the ordinary wear that came from regular use, and yet the physical act of searching, of moving about the room with purpose and intention, seemed to engage some part of his mind that had been restless. He found himself, almost without conscious decision, moving through the sitting-room with an attention to detail that he did not ordinarily bring to such domestic matters. The side table, upon which various items accumulated in the manner of such tables everywhere, presented itself to his scrutiny. Here lay the evening's newspapers, a small dish of matches, a half-burned candle from the previous evening, a book that Holmes had been reading and had subsequently abandoned, and various other items that accumulated through the simple passage of daily life. Watson examined each object with a seriousness that seemed to belie the triviality of what he was inspecting. And then, as his hand reached toward the newspapers, a memory surfaced, sudden and vivid, of that morning when he had come to retrieve the medical journal. He had been, he recalled now, in a state of some distraction. There had been, if memory served correctly, a matter that had been troubling him. What had it been? His mind reached back through the hours of the day, through the house calls and the patients and the accumulated minutiae of a physician's afternoon toward that earlier moment of mild concern. Ah, yes. There had been a letter that morning, correspondence from an old friend, a fellow who had served with him in Afghanistan, a man whose circumstances had taken an unexpected turn, and who had written seeking Watson's advice on a matter of considerable delicacy. The letter had occupied his mind more thoroughly than he had realised, and when he had come to Baker Street to retrieve the journal, his attention had been divided between the task at hand and the contents of that epistle. He recalled now, with a vividness that seemed almost to recreate the moment itself, the manner in which he had entered the sitting-room, his mind occupied, his eyes searching the shelves for the familiar spine of the medical publication. He had been holding the letter in one hand and various other papers, notes from his practice, case summaries, in the other. When he had reached up to retrieve the journal, his coat had indeed brushed against the furniture, and there had been, if he recalled correctly, a moment when something small and metallic had slipped into his coat pocket, a moment so brief and so entirely peripheral to his awareness that he had not registered it as significant. The recollection carried with it a wave of embarrassment so profound that Watson found himself moving with renewed energy throughout the room, as if physical activity might somehow mitigate the significance of his absent-mindedness. He had carried a teaspoon about in his pocket for the better part of 3 hours, wholly unaware of its presence, and had only discovered the fact through Holmes' characteristically brilliant deduction and the subsequent interrogation. It was at this moment, as Watson stood in the centre of the sitting-room with his hands on his hips, contemplating the various ways in which he might improve his powers of attention, that he became aware of a change in the quality of the light. The afternoon, which had maintained a certain stability of grey illumination despite the rain, had shifted. The light now carried a quality of dimness that suggested evening was no longer a distant prospect, but an imminent reality. The shadows in the corners of the room had deepened from grey to something approaching darkness, and the world outside the windows had taken on the hushed quality that London assumed when daylight began its surrender to night. Holmes remained unmoved in his chair, apparently oblivious to the changing light and the passage of time. Watson realised, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, that the detective likely had not even noticed the progression of the afternoon. To Holmes, so engaged with his own internal processes, the external world often ceased to exist entirely. Watson moved toward the window and gazed out at Baker Street as it transitioned into evening. The rain, which had been falling steadily throughout the day, had become lighter, though not less persistent. The street lamps, gas lamps that had served London with faithful regularity for decades, were beginning to be lit by the lamplighters who moved along the street with practised efficiency. There was something hypnotic about the process. The small orange flames kindling in the gathering darkness, each one a small beacon against the encroaching night. A hansom cab passed below, its wheels making a soft splashing sound against the wet cobblestones. From somewhere in the distance, Watson could hear the cry of a street vendor, distant and almost musical in the way that London street sounds became when filtered through evening's peculiar acoustics. The city was settling into its evening rhythm, the daytime commerce gradually giving way to the quieter business of the night. Watson found himself thinking about the nature of attention and oversight. How many things did a person move through the world while remaining entirely unaware of their presence? How many small dramas unfolded in the periphery of consciousness, never registering, never demanding acknowledgement? The missing teaspoon, or rather the spoon that had not been missing but merely misplaced through his own carelessness, seemed to him now to be emblematic of something more profound than mere absent-mindedness. He turned from the window and moved toward the small bookcase where the medical journals were kept. The journal he had retrieved that morning had been returned to its place, he noted, though he could not recall precisely when that had occurred. Perhaps Mrs. Hudson, in her methodical way, had returned it after discovering its presence, or perhaps he himself had done so, and forgotten. The books on the shelf stood in neat rows, their spines worn from frequent use and consultation. Some of them bore the marks of Watson's own annotations, small underlinings and marginal notes that indicated passages of particular interest or importance. Running his fingers along these familiar spines, Watson found himself reflecting on the ways in which knowledge accumulated, how understanding grew through the patient accumulation of small details and careful observation. It was this reflection that brought to his mind, with sudden clarity, something that Holmes had said earlier, something about the spoon having been missed entirely from consciousness, until the moment when its absence became apparent. The spoon had been present all along, after all, not in its proper place perhaps, but present in the world, carried along in Watson's coat pocket as he went about his daily business. and yet because he had not been aware of its presence, he had not thought to search for it. The fact of its location had been entirely irrelevant to his consciousness. The sitting room had grown substantially darker now, and Watson realised that the gas lamps would need to be lit soon if anyone intended to read or work by anything other than the fading daylight. He moved about the room, attending to the various lamps with the routine efficiency of a long habit. The soft hiss of gas, igniting, the gradual brightening of the mantles, the familiar ritual of evening illumination, all of these seemed to Watson to carry a weight beyond their practical necessity. Holmes stirred slightly in his chair as the gas lamps brightened, though whether he had been aware of the gathering darkness or was simply responding to some internal clock that suggested the time for action had arrived was impossible to determine. The detective's eyes opened, and he surveyed the room with the careful attention of a man emerging from deep contemplation. "You have been conducting your own investigation," Holmes observed, with that uncanny perceptiveness that Watson had long since learned to accept as a characteristic of his friend's extraordinary faculties. "Your examination of the chair and the surrounding area was thorough, though somewhat less systematic than it might have been. You were, I perceive, engaged not merely in searching for something concrete, but in some form of internal reflection, prompted by your own role in the morning's events." Watson, who had been caught in the act of adjusting one of the lamp mantles, turned to face the detective with an expression that mingled sheepishness with a kind of defensive pride. "I was attempting," he said, "to understand how I could have been so thoroughly inattentive as to carry away a spoon without any awareness of the fact. It seemed to me a matter worth investigating, particularly in the light of your observations about the nature of human attention." "An admirable impulse," Holmes replied, rising from his chair with that characteristic restlessness that suggested his period of abstraction had concluded, and his mind had now returned to the external world. "And what conclusions have your investigations yielded? What wisdom have you extracted from this examination of the domestic scene?" Watson considered this question seriously. "I have concluded," he said slowly, "that I am a good deal less observant than I had previously believed myself to be. I have also concluded that the smallest objects can possess significance entirely disproportionate to their material worth. And I have concluded further that the nature of mystery is often such that the answer lies not in some complex explanation, but rather in a simple truth obscured by oversight and inattention." Holmes smiled, and there was in that smile something warm and genuine that suggested he was not merely being polite, but was genuinely pleased by Watson's reflections. "You have, my dear Watson, advanced in wisdom considerably since this morning. You entered this flat in a state of absent-mindedness so complete that you carried away an object without any knowledge of its presence. You have now, through the simple act of paying attention, arrived at certain truths about the nature of attention itself. This is not a small thing." The gas lamps cast their warm glow throughout the sitting room now, and the effect was to transform the space into something more intimate and cosy than it had been in the cool grey light of afternoon. The fire in the hearth, which Watson had not noticed Mrs. Hudson lighting, crackled softly, adding its own warmth and its small atmospheric contribution to the evening settling around them. It was at that moment that Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway, bearing with her a fresh pot of tea and a plate of cakes that suggested she had been engaged in some form of baking during the afternoon. The spoon, the recovered spoon, the small object at the centre of the day's small mystery, gleamed softly beside the teapot, no longer absent, no longer missing, simply restored to its proper place. "I thought you might appreciate some refreshment before the evening fully settles," Mrs. Hudson said, with that practical kindness that characterised so much of her service. There was something in her expression, Watson noted, that suggested the recovery of the spoon had done more than simply return a lost object to her possession. There was a quietness to her satisfaction, a sense that some small disruption in the ordinary flow of things had been set right. Holmes moved toward the tea service with the alacrity of a man who had not attended to the matter of sustenance in some hours. "Excellent, Mrs. Hudson. Your timing, as always, is impeccable. Watson and I were just concluding a discussion regarding the nature of mysteries and the small dramas that play themselves out within the confines of domestic life." Mrs. Hudson poured the tea with practised efficiency, and Watson found himself grateful for the simple warmth of the cup placed into his hands. The evening had turned cooler as the day faded, and the tea provided both practical and emotional comfort. As he sipped the warm liquid, he found his mind drifting toward a kind of peaceful acceptance of the small mystery that had briefly interrupted the ordinary flow of the afternoon. The rain continued outside, though it had lightened further, and the sounds of London settling into evening drifted up through the windows, the cries of vendors packing up their goods, the sound of carriage wheels on wet cobblestones, the distant bells of the city marking the passage of time with the same regularity that the clock on the mantelpiece employed. Watson reflected as he sat in the warm glow of the gas lamps and sipped his tea that the missing spoon had taught him something that all his years of association with Holmes had perhaps not yet fully impressed upon him. The nature of mystery was not always to be found in the grand and the complex. Sometimes the most profound lessons came from the simplest of puzzles, from the overlooked and the ordinary. The spoon had been lost and found in the course of an afternoon, and in that small drama lay something approaching wisdom. Mrs. Hudson, Holmes said, his attention now focused on the cakes rather than on mysteries. I must commend you on your recovery from this morning's distress. The spoon has been restored to you, and I perceive that you have channeled your relief into a culinary endeavour. These cakes are exceptional. Mrs. Hudson, who had been preparing to leave the room, paused at the compliment. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. It's a relief to have the matter settled, I must confess. Though I must say, I'm grateful it was nothing more serious than Dr. Watson's absent-mindedness. There are worse things that might befall a treasured object. As she departed, Watson found himself thinking about the deeper truth in her words. Objects could be lost and found. Time could pass. Mysteries could be solved. And through it all, the quiet business of domestic life continued. The preparation of tea, the baking of cakes, the maintenance of a household that functioned with the invisible efficiency of a well-wound clock. The evening deepened around them, and Watson settled back into his chair with a sense of contentment that seemed to him entirely disproportionate to the trivial nature of the day's events. And yet perhaps that was the point, he reflected. Life's greatest satisfactions often came not from the grand and the extraordinary, but from the small moments of order restored, of mysteries solved, of missing things found and returned to their proper places. The evening had fully settled around 221B Baker Street now, that particular quality of evening that London nights possessed, neither fully dark but no longer light, suspended in a twilight that seemed to contain within it all the melancholy and romance of the city. The rain had nearly ceased, though moisture still hung in the air, and the street below had taken on that peculiar quietness that came after the day's commerce had concluded, and the evening's business had not yet fully begun. Inside the sitting-room, the gas lamps burned steadily, casting their warm glow across the familiar furniture and the accumulated objects that had made this room a kind of sanctuary for its inhabitants. Holmes had positioned himself in his characteristic manner, occupying his chair as if he were an actor upon a stage, and there was about his posture and his demeanour something that suggested he had been waiting for this particular moment, the time when the evening had deepened sufficiently that certain revelations might be made. He held a pipe in one hand, though it remained unlit, and his fingers drummed against the armrest of his chair in a pattern that Watson had long since learned to recognise as indicative of concentrated thought, reaching towards some conclusion. Mrs. Hudson had cleared away the tea things and had returned with fresh supplies, a plate of sandwiches, some cold meats, the kinds of simple provisions that sustained a household through an evening. She lingered for a moment as if sensing that something of significance was about to occur, and her eyes moved from Holmes to Watson and back again with a kind of searching attention. Mrs. Hudson, Holmes said, looking up from his contemplation of the unlit pipe. I wonder if you might remain for a moment. There is a matter that I believe requires your presence, though I hasten to assure you that nothing of alarm is intended. Rather, I have come to certain conclusions regarding this afternoon's small mystery, and I believe the resolution of the matter will be of interest to all three of us. Watson felt a flutter of apprehension move through his chest. Throughout the afternoon he had believed the matter settled. His absent-mindedness had been established, the spoon recovered, the mystery solved. And yet Holmes's tone suggested that there remained layers to be unpacked, additional significance to be extracted from the simple fact of a teaspoon having slipped, unnoticed, into a coat pocket. Mrs. Hudson settled herself into a chair that was ordinarily reserved for visitors, arranging her skirts with the composed dignity of a woman accustomed to taking her place wherever circumstances dictated that her presence was required. There was no obsequiousness in her bearing, no sense that she considered herself below sitting in the presence of her employers. Rather, there was a kind of equality that Holmes had always seemed to accord to her, a recognition that her role in the household was not merely one of service, but of partnership in the maintenance of order and civilization. "Now then," Holmes began, setting aside the unlit pipe and steepling his fingers beneath his chin in that characteristic gesture that Watson knew preceded moments of particular clarity. "Let us reconsider the events of this morning with greater attention to detail than we initially applied. We have established that Dr. Watson entered the flat in a state of some distraction, his mind occupied with correspondence of a personal nature. We have established that his objective was to retrieve a medical journal from this shelf." He gestured toward the bookcase with a graceful motion of one hand. "And we have established that in the process of reaching for this journal, some object, specifically this silver spoon, became separated from its proper location and was inadvertently carried away in Dr. Watson's coat pocket. All of which we have already thoroughly examined," Watson said, feeling a mixture of defensiveness and curiosity. "What further analysis can possibly be required?" "Patience, my dear fellow," Holmes replied, his eyes bright with something approaching amusement. "For I have not yet completed my analysis. You see, when Mrs. Hudson first discovered the absence of the spoon, she expressed concern not merely about the loss of the object itself, but about the loss of the particular significance that the object carried. She referred to it as her favourite spoon, and she mentioned that it had been a wedding gift. These facts, seemingly peripheral to the matter of its disappearance, are in fact central to understanding the true nature of what transpired this afternoon." Mrs. Hudson's hands, which had been resting quietly in her lap, tensed slightly, and her eyes fixed upon Holmes with an expression that mingled gratitude with a kind of emotional vulnerability that Watson had rarely seen on her face. "The spoon," Holmes continued, "is not merely a utensil. It is a repository of memory, a physical manifestation of a relationship long since concluded by the passage of time and the inevitability of human mortality. When Mrs. Hudson discovered its absence, the distress she experienced was not proportionate to the monetary value of a small piece of silver. Rather, it was proportionate to the emotional significance that the object carried. This, I submit, is a matter of considerable importance." Holmes rose from his chair now and began to pace, moving with that characteristic rhythm that Watson had come to associate with moments when the detective's thoughts were crystallizing into final form. The mystery, as initially presented, appeared to be one of simple disappearance. An object was present in the morning, absent by afternoon. The solution, once established, appeared to be equally simple: absent-mindedness, a moment of inattention, an accident of circumstance. And yet there is, I believe, a deeper significance to be extracted from this simple narrative. "I confess I do not perceive it," Watson said, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Then allow me to illuminate," Holmes replied, pausing in his pacing to fix Watson with his penetrating gaze. "You entered this flat this morning in a state of distraction. Your mind was occupied with concerns of considerable personal weight. You were not attending to your surroundings with the care and attention that you might ordinarily have applied. This is not an indictment of your character, Watson. Rather, it is a simple acknowledgement of human nature. We are all of us capable of moving through the world in a state of profound inattention, particularly when our minds are engaged with matters that concern us deeply." "I have admitted as much," Watson said quietly. "Indeed you have," Holmes agreed. "But I wish to extend this observation further. When you reached for the journal, when you performed the action that resulted in the spoon being carried away in your pocket, you did so entirely without consciousness of the act. The action was performed, in essence, by your body whilst your mind remained elsewhere. This is the fundamental mystery, you perceive. Not where the spoon went, but how an action can be performed, an object displaced, without the conscious participation of the mind that ordinarily directs such actions." Holmes moved now to the window, where the evening London was visible beyond the glass, a world of muted lights and quiet streets. And in this observation lies a truth about the nature of human existence that extends far beyond the confines of this sitting room. How many actions do we perform without conscious intention? How many small displacements of objects and order occur in the course of our daily lives without our awareness? The spoon in Dr. Watson's pocket is emblematic of all the small disruptions that occur constantly in the apparently ordered surface of existence. "Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Hudson said softly, her voice carrying a quality of gentle reproof. "I believe you're making a small matter into something more elaborate than it requires. The spoon is recovered. Dr. Watson did not intentionally appropriate it. The mystery is resolved." "Quite so," Holmes agreed, turning from the window to face her directly. "And yet I perceive that you do not entirely believe what you have just articulated. For the mystery, as you have experienced it, is not merely one of disappearance and recovery. It is a mystery about care, attention, and the nature of the objects that we allow to become repositories of our emotional lives." Mrs. Hudson's eyes, which had been steady throughout most of the evening, suddenly glistened with the suggestion of unshed tears. She blinked rapidly, as if surprised by this emotional response and determined to master it before it could manifest itself in any observable manner. "The spoon," Holmes said, his voice now gentler than Watson had ordinarily heard it, "represented something to you, not merely the object itself, but what the object contained. A memory of your wedding day, a gift from someone who has long since passed from this world, a connection to a time and a version of yourself that no longer exists except in the form of memory. When the spoon disappeared, you experienced something more significant than the simple loss of a utensil. You experienced a reminder of the fragility of the past, the ease with which the things that we value most can slip away from us without warning or explanation." "Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Hudson began, her voice barely above a whisper, "and when Dr. Watson discovered the spoon in his pocket," Holmes pressed forward, "the resolution was not merely a matter of establishing the facts of what had occurred. Rather, it was a matter of understanding that even in our moments of greatest inattention, we sometimes find ourselves carrying away the things that matter to those around us, sometimes becoming inadvertent custodians of objects whose significance extends far beyond their material form." Watson felt something shift within his own understanding as Holmes spoke these words. He had thought of himself throughout the afternoon as the perpetrator of a small accident, the cause of a minor disruption, and yet Holmes seemed to be suggesting that there was, within this simple accident, a kind of profound message about connection and care. "What I am endeavouring to communicate," Holmes said, moving away from the window and settling himself once more into his chair, "is that the mystery of the missing spoon is, in fact, no mystery at all. It is simply the ordinary business of life, objects misplaced, emotions attached to those objects, resolution achieved through honesty and attention, and the significance of this ordinary business is that it reminds us of what truly matters in the world." Holmes looked directly at Watson now, and there was in his gaze something unexpected, a quality of warmth and genuine affection that cut through the detective's usual armour of intellectual superiority. "You did not steal the spoon, my dear Watson. You did not deliberately cause Mrs. Hudson distress. You simply went about your day, carrying with you the weight of personal concerns, and in the process, you inadvertently carried away an object that meant a great deal to someone who deserves far better than to have her possessions carelessly displaced." Watson felt heat rise to his face, a complicated mixture of shame and something approaching gratitude. "I have attempted to apologize," he said quietly. "I have expressed my regret at my inattention." "I am aware of this," Holmes said, "and I perceive that your apology is genuine and heartfelt. But what I am suggesting is that the real significance of this afternoon does not lie in the apology itself, but in the understanding that apologies represent, the recognition that our actions, even those performed in ignorance and absent-mindedness, have consequences for those around us. The spoon was not merely a spoon, it was a trust placed in the household, an object held in safekeeping by Mrs. Hudson as a connection to her past. And in carrying it away, without consciousness or intention, you became, however briefly, the custodian of that trust." Mrs. Hudson had composed herself now, her hands folded once more in her lap. Her expression settled into something approaching peace. There was about her a kind of quiet dignity that Watson had always noticed but had perhaps not fully appreciated until this moment. "Dr. Watson meant no harm," she said, her voice steady and sure. "That much has always been evident. The matter is resolved, and I am grateful for the recovery of my spoon. Mr. Holmes is correct that the object carries a significance beyond its material form, but I believe that significance is not diminished by what has occurred this afternoon. Rather, I find that the spoon is somehow more precious to me now, having been lost, however briefly, and having been restored through the action of those within this household." Beautifully articulated, Holmes said with genuine warmth in his voice. And this, I believe, represents the true resolution of our mystery. Not the mere establishment of facts, but the recognition of the deeper currents that flow beneath the surface of apparently simple events. Watson found himself rising from his chair and moving toward Mrs. Hudson. Without premeditation or conscious decision, he took her hand gently on his own, a gesture that, in the Victorian world of their existence, carried significant weight as an expression of regard and apology. "Mrs. Hudson," he said quietly, "I hope you will accept my sincere apologies for my carelessness this morning. I was thoughtless, and though the consequences were small, the principle remains that you deserved better from me." Mrs. Hudson looked at him with eyes that were remarkably kind and free of any trace of resentment. "Dr. Watson, I have no doubt of your regard for the household and its contents. These things happen. Life is full of small accidents and moments of inattention. What matters is how we respond when those moments occur. And you have responded with honesty and gentleness. I ask for nothing more than that." The three of them sat then in a kind of companionable silence, and the sitting room at 221B Baker Street seemed to settle around them like a garment woven from the threads of understanding and affection. The gas lamps continued to burn steadily, casting their warm glow across the familiar space. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked with its steady rhythm, marking the passage of time with the same impartial consistency that it had maintained throughout the day. "You know," Holmes said, breaking the silence with a voice that had shed its earlier theatrical quality and adopted instead something more human and more genuine, "I have spent a great portion of my life attempting to solve mysteries that are by their nature defined by their absence of personal connection. Crimes of passion, yes, but crimes nonetheless, matters of fact and deduction, of piecing together the evidence until some coherent narrative emerges. And yet it strikes me this evening that the most significant mysteries are often those that appear, on their surface, to be entirely trivial." "Why is that?" Watson asked, grateful for this opportunity to understand something of what Holmes had been thinking throughout this extraordinary afternoon. "Because," Holmes replied, "the trivial mysteries contain within them the essence of what it means to be human. They remind us that we are creatures of care and connection, that the objects we surround ourselves with are not merely material, but are in fact repositories of memory and meaning. The grand crimes, the elaborate puzzles that engage my intellect are, when all is said and done, ultimately empty exercises in deduction. But this afternoon's mystery of the missing spoon, this has taught us something about ourselves and about each other that no ordinary case ever could." Mrs. Hudson rose eventually and excused herself to attend to the evening's final duties, but before she departed she paused and looked back at both Watson and Holmes. "Thank you," she said simply, "for caring enough to understand." After she'd gone, Watson and Holmes sat together in the warm glow of the gas lamps, each engaged in his own thoughts, but connected by the threads of understanding and affection that had been woven through the course of the day. Outside, London continued its evening business, indifferent and unaware of the small drama that had unfolded in the sitting room at 221B Baker Street. "She is remarkable, is she not?" Holmes said, almost to himself, "that a woman who has devoted her life to the service of others should maintain such grace and such capacity for forgiveness. It is a quality that, I confess, has always rather humbled me." Watson found himself in complete agreement, and the evening deepened around them, carrying with it a sense of peace and resolution that seemed in that moment to be the most valuable prize that any investigation could possibly yield. The evening had settled more deeply now, and the world beyond the windows of 221B Baker Street had taken on that particular quality of darkness that only London nights possessed. The street lamps burned steadily, casting their warm glow across the wet cobblestones, and the few pedestrians who ventured out moved with purpose and urgency, eager to reach the shelter of their homes. The rain had entirely ceased, though moisture still hung in the air, and the smell of damp London, that particular combination of coal smoke, whetstone, and the accumulated scents of a great city, drifted through the windows when they were slightly opened. Holmes had suggested that they all retire to the sitting room for a final cup of tea, and perhaps some reflective conversation before the evening concluded entirely. Mrs. Hudson had been persuaded to join them, setting aside her usual duties for the evening in favour of this unusual gathering. It was not standard practice for a housekeeper to sit with her employers in such a manner, particularly in the evening hours, but there was something about the events of the day that seemed to have transcended the ordinary boundaries of Victorian propriety. And Holmes, as Watson had long since learned, possessed a peculiar disregard for convention when it conflicted with his sense of what was appropriate or necessary. Mrs. Hudson settled herself into her chair with the careful movements of someone aware that she was crossing boundaries that had been established by decades of social custom, and yet there was about her no sense of discomfort or inappropriateness. Rather, there was a kind of quiet dignity that seemed to assert that if she was being invited to sit, then she would sit with the same composure that she brought to every other aspect of her life. Mrs. Hudson, Holmes said, his voice taking on that particular quality of gentleness that it had acquired during the evening's confessions, I wonder if you would be willing to tell us the story of this spoon. The object itself has revealed much about the nature of attention and care, but I confess I'm curious about the more personal narrative that the spoon contains. When did you receive it? Under what circumstances? Mrs. Hudson's hands, wrapped around a cup of tea, seemed to warm themselves in the gentle steam rising from the liquid. For a moment she did not speak, and her eyes took on a distant quality that suggested she was travelling backward through the years, through the accumulated dust of memory and time, toward a moment long past but somehow still vivid in its emotional significance. "It was my wedding gift," she said finally, her voice carrying a quality of gentle nostalgia. "I received it from my mother-in-law, though I did not know her very well at the time of my marriage. I was quite young, not yet 20 in fact. My husband, John Hudson, was 10 years my senior, a man of steady habits and gentle temperament. We married in the spring of 1862, more than 30 years ago now, though it sometimes seems as if it were only yesterday." Watson found himself leaning forward slightly, drawn into the narrative by something in Mrs. Hudson's tone that suggested she was communicating not merely facts, but the essence of a period of her life that had fundamentally shaped who she had become. "My husband," Mrs. Hudson continued, "came from a respectable but not wealthy family. His father was an architect, a man of modest success who had designed several buildings in London of note, though none that had achieved sufficient prominence to make the Hudson name particularly famous. John was the youngest of 4 children, and he had chosen to make his way in commerce rather than following his father into architecture. He was employed by a merchant house that dealt in textiles and imported goods from India and China." Holmes sipped his tea with evident appreciation, allowing Mrs. Hudson to continue without interruption. Watson sensed that the detective understood the significance of this moment, that Mrs. Hudson was not merely providing information, but was engaged in a kind of emotional recounting that required space and silence and genuine attention. "His mother," Mrs. Hudson said, "was a woman of considerable taste and refinement, though also of limited means. She prided herself on understanding the nature of quality, on recognizing in objects something beyond their material composition. When my husband brought me to meet her for the first time, I was nervous, as any young woman would be, meeting the family of the man she had just married. She examined me, I believe, with considerable care, attempting to determine whether her son had made a good choice." A faint smile crossed Mrs. Hudson's face at this recollection. "I do not believe she was entirely convinced of my suitability at first. I came from a merchant family myself, but of considerably less distinction than her own family. My father was a clerk in a shipping office, and my mother was the daughter of a schoolteacher. By her standards, I was marrying beneath my station by remaining at my own level of society, if that makes sense." "It makes perfect sense," Holmes said, with evident understanding of the complex social hierarchies that governed Victorian England. "But as time went on," Mrs. Hudson continued, "she came to regard me with something approaching affection. I believe she came to understand that I loved her son genuinely, and that I was devoted to making him happy. And when John and I were married, she presented me with this spoon. She had it specially. Commissioned, she told me. She went to a silversmith she knew, a man of considerable skill, she said, and she had him engrave a single rose upon the handle." Mrs. Hudson paused, turning the recovered spoon over in her hands, examining the small rose as if she were seeing it for the first time. "She told me that the rose was because she had observed that I always arranged roses in the sitting-room of our first home, whenever I was able to obtain them. She said that roses were flowers of paradox, beautiful and thorned, delicate and resilient, capable of thriving in the harshest conditions whilst maintaining their essential elegance. She said she thought these were qualities that I would need if I was to be a good wife to her son and a woman of character in the world. Watson felt his throat tighten slightly at this recounting. The spoon had transformed in his understanding from being merely a beautiful object into something far more profound, a kind of blessing, a transmission of wisdom and affection from one generation to another, encoded in the form of silver and engraving. "Your mother-in-law sounds as though she possessed considerable wisdom," Holmes observed quietly. "She did," Mrs. Hudson agreed, "though at the time I did not fully appreciate the significance of what she was giving me. I was young, and I thought she was simply providing me with a pretty object to add to my household furnishings. It was only later, much later in fact, that I came to understand that she was attempting to give me something far more valuable. She was giving me a reminder that beauty and utility could coexist, that an object could serve the practical purposes of the household while simultaneously carrying significance far beyond its material function." Holmes set down his cup and steepled his fingers beneath his chin. "And your husband? How did he regard his mother's gift to you?" "He was delighted," Mrs. Hudson said, and her voice took on a quality of remembered tenderness. "He understood his mother's intentions far better than I did at the time. He told me that she was attempting to communicate that she recognized in me the qualities she had described, that despite my modest background and my initial nervousness about joining the Hudson family, I possessed a kind of resilience and grace that would sustain both of us through whatever difficulties life might present." "And did it?" Holmes asked gently. "Did your marriage sustain through such difficulties?" Mrs. Hudson's expression grew more sombre, though not entirely sad. "It did, for a time. We had nearly 20 years together, years that I count among the happiest of my life. We were not wealthy, but we were comfortable. We had a pleasant home. We developed friendships and established ourselves in our community. My husband was respected in his business. I became known as a woman who kept an orderly and welcoming household." She paused, and her hands twisted slightly around the spoon. "But in 1882, when John had just reached the age of 50, he fell ill. A fever, the doctors said, though they could not adequately explain its origins or its nature. Within the space of a month, he declined so rapidly that there was nothing anyone could do to prevent his death. I sat with him in his final hours, and I held his hand as he slipped away from me into whatever lies beyond this world." Watson found himself reaching out and placing his hand gently upon Mrs. Hudson's shoulder, a gesture that transcended the ordinary boundaries of class and employment, and was simply the offering of human compassion to human sorrow. "The spoon," Mrs. Hudson continued, seemingly undeterred by emotion, "became after his death the primary connection that I maintained with him. I had other possessions, of course, his watch, his favourite books, various items that carried his presence. But the spoon was the object I used every day. Each time I stirred sugar into my tea, each time I used it in the course of my household duties, I was making contact with something that he had given me, something that his mother had commissioned with such care and thoughtfulness." "And when he died," Holmes said, understanding immediately the deeper significance, "the spoon became more than merely a beautiful object. It became a kind of ongoing conversation with the past, a daily reminder of love and loss, and the continuity of human connection across time and death." "Precisely," Mrs. Hudson said, and there was a kind of relief in her voice that suggested she'd been waiting for someone to fully understand the significance of what the spoon meant to her. "When I came to work here at 200 Tremyambi Baker Street, I brought the spoon with me. I have used it every day for the past 13 years. It is as much a part of my daily routine as breathing, as much a part of my being as my own hands." "And so when it disappeared this afternoon," Watson said, suddenly understanding with a clarity that struck him almost like a physical blow, "it was not merely the disappearance of an object. It was a rupture in the continuity of a conversation that had been ongoing for more than 30 years. It was a sudden severing of your connection to your husband and to your past, and to the love that had shaped your life." Mrs. Hudson's eyes, which had maintained their composure throughout most of the evening, now glistened with unshed tears. "You understand?" she said softly. "Yes, you understand. I did not realize how dependent I had become upon that daily contact, upon that small ritual of use and remembrance. When it was gone this afternoon, I felt as though something essential to my own being had been displaced. It was irrational, I know. The spoon was merely an object. The connection to my husband remains regardless of whether the physical object is present or absent. And yet, Holmes said gently, The physical object carries within it a significance that is far beyond the merely material. This is not irrational, Mrs. Hudson. This is profoundly human. We are creatures who require tangible connections to the intangible aspects of our lives. We require objects through which we can touch what we cannot otherwise reach. Holmes rose from his chair and moved toward the mantelpiece, where various objects accumulated. Books, curiosities, the accumulated detritus of his own investigations and interests. He selected a small box from the collection and returned to his chair, opening it to reveal a collection of objects seemingly without coherence or pattern. There was a button, a piece of thread, a small pebble, and a fragment of newspaper. These, Holmes said, showing the contents to Watson and Mrs. Hudson, are objects of apparent insignificance, yet each one is to me a repository of memory. This button came from a case I investigated more than 10 years ago. This pebble was given to me by a person whose company I valued considerably. This scrap of newspaper marked a moment of particular importance in my career. An observer examining this collection would see nothing of value, and yet to me, each object is precious precisely because of the connections it carries. I was not aware of this, Watson said, surprised by this revelation of a side of Holmes's character that the detective ordinarily kept carefully concealed. It is not a part of my character that I ordinarily advertise, Holmes admitted with a faint smile. I am rather at pains to suggest that I am a creature of pure intellect, unencumbered by the sentimentality that connects ordinary humans to objects and memories, and yet the truth, as is so often the case, is more complicated than the public understanding. We're all, regardless of our intellectual pretensions, connected to the material world through threads of memory and affection. And objects, seemingly trivial objects, carry within them the substance of our emotional lives. He turned now to address Mrs. Hudson directly. Your spoon has done something remarkable this afternoon. It has forced each of us to consider what it means to care for objects beyond their material utility. It has reminded us that the things we treasure are treasured precisely because they carry within them the presence of those we have loved and lost. And in doing so, it has taught us something about the nature of human existence that extends far beyond the confines of this sitting room. I believe, Mrs. Hudson said, with a voice that had recovered something of its ordinary steadiness, that my mother-in-law would have been pleased by this afternoon's events. She would have appreciated the manner in which the spoon has revealed itself to be far more significant than she could have anticipated when she commissioned its creation more than 30 years ago. Indeed, Holmes agreed. She intended for it to be a reminder of resilience and grace, and it has served that function admirably. It has also served to remind us, on this particular evening in this particular sitting room, of the deep connections that bind us to one another and to our past. Watson rose and moved to the window, looking out at London settling into its evening rhythm. The street below was nearly empty now, save for the occasional figure hurrying towards shelter or warmth. The gas lamps cast their steady glow, and the city seemed in that moment to be a kind of monument to all the small human dramas that played themselves out behind closed doors and beneath ordinary circumstances. I believe, he said quietly, that this afternoon's mystery of the missing spoon will remain in my memory far longer than many of the cases we have investigated together, Holmes. There is something about it that speaks to something essential in the nature of what it means to be alive and to treasure connection and memory. I concur entirely, Holmes said, and I believe we have Mrs. Hudson to thank for allowing us to glimpse the deeper significance of what initially appeared to be a trivial matter. The spoon has done us all a service this afternoon. It has reminded us of what truly matters in a world that all too frequently attempts to convince us that only the grand and the spectacular deserve our attention. Mrs. Hudson set down her cup carefully and rose to excuse herself, acknowledging that the evening was growing late and that her duties, even on this extraordinary day, would require her attention in the morning. But before she departed, both Holmes and Watson expressed their gratitude to her for her willingness to share the story of the spoon and the history that it contained. After she'd gone, Watson and Holmes sat together in the warm glow of the gas lamps, each engaged in his own thoughts but connected by the threads of understanding and compassion that had been woven through the course of this extraordinary evening. Outside, London continued its business, indifferent and unaware, and the spoon rested once more in its proper place in Mrs. Hudson's tea service, a small object of silver and engraving that carried within it the love and loss and resilience of more than 30 years of a woman's life. "Do you know what I find most remarkable about this entire affair?" Watson asked eventually. "I confess I am uncertain," Holmes replied. "Please, do enlighten me." "It is that the most profound mysteries," Watson said slowly, "the ones that truly illuminate the nature of human existence, are not the ones that require elaborate deduction or complex chains of reasoning. Rather, they are the ones that lie at the heart of the most ordinary occurrences: a missing spoon, a moment of absent-mindedness, the recovery of a beloved object. In unravelling such mysteries, we find ourselves not looking outward at the complex machinations of crime and villainy, but inward at the essential truths of human nature and connection." Holmes smiled, and there was in that smile something warm and genuine that seemed to acknowledge that Watson, in his own way, had arrived at conclusions not entirely dissimilar to those that the detective had been contemplating throughout the day. "I believe," Holmes said, "that you have achieved considerable wisdom this evening, my dear Watson. I have rarely heard you articulate such profound observations. It appears that the mystery of the missing spoon has had a beneficial effect upon your philosophical faculties." And so the evening deepened around them, and the night settled more completely over London, carrying with it the peace that comes from the resolution of mysteries both great and small, and the understanding that the most valuable things in life are often those that are most easily overlooked. The night had deepened considerably now, and the world beyond the windows of 221B Baker Street had transformed into something entirely different from the evening that had preceded it. The streets had grown quieter, nearly empty save for the occasional night worker or the solitary constable making his rounds. The gas lamps continued their steady burn, casting their warm circles of light onto the wet cobblestones, and the smell of damp London had become even more pronounced in the stillness of the night. Inside the sitting room the fire in the hearth had burned lower, though it still cast a comfortable warmth across the space, and the gas lamps here too continued their faithful illumination, creating an island of light and warmth in the gathering darkness of the night. Holmes and Watson remained in their chairs, and between them there existed a quality of companionable silence that required no conversation to sustain it. It was the kind of silence that descended between two people who had shared significant experiences together, who understood each other without the necessity of constant verbal exchange. Yet there was also, in this particular silence, a sense that something remained unsaid, some final layer of understanding that had not yet been articulated, but which both men sensed was hovering just beyond the reach of complete clarity. It was Holmes who finally broke this silence, though he did so not with the theatrical pronouncements that ordinarily characterized his speech, but rather with a tone that was reflective and almost philosophical in its quality. He sat with his hands folded before him, his eyes gazing into the fire rather than at Watson, as though he were addressing not his friend but rather some invisible audience, or perhaps only his own thoughts made audible. "You know," Holmes began slowly, "I have spent the greater portion of my professional life attempting to develop the capacity for observation into something approaching an art form. I have prided myself on the ability to perceive details that others overlook, to see significance in the trivial and patterns in the chaotic. I have, in short, devoted myself to the cultivation of attention as a weapon against the disorder and randomness that characterize ordinary existence." Watson listened, sensing that Holmes was engaged in a process of genuine reflection, rather than the performance that so often accompanied the detective's discourse. There was in his voice something vulnerable, something that suggested he was articulating ideas that he had perhaps never before voiced aloud. "And yet," Holmes continued, still gazing into the fire, "this afternoon's events have forced me to consider whether I have been attending to the wrong things. I have been so thoroughly absorbed in developing the capacity to observe details, the mud on a shoe, the callus on a hand, the wear pattern on a sleeve, that I wonder whether I have neglected to attend to the more significant details of human existence. Have I been so engaged in solving mysteries that I have failed to perceive the deeper mysteries that lie beneath the surface of apparent simplicity?" "I am not certain I follow your meaning," Watson said quietly, though in truth he believed he understood something of what Holmes was attempting to communicate. "Consider this afternoon," Holmes said, finally turning to look directly at Watson. "A spoon disappeared, a simple object of negligible monetary value, seemingly insignificant in every way. And yet in the course of attempting to solve this trivial mystery, we have discovered something far more profound. We have discovered that Mrs. Hudson's life is structured around objects that carry within them the residue of love and loss. We have discovered that a moment of absent-mindedness on your part was not merely a moment of absent-mindedness, but was, in fact, a reflection of a deeper truth about the human condition. That we move through the world constantly distracted, constantly carrying away pieces of our environment without full consciousness of what we're doing. Holmes rose now from his chair and moved toward the window, where he stood looking out at the night-bound streets of London. I have trained myself to observe, Watson, but in doing so, I wonder whether I have actually cultivated a capacity for inattention. I have become so focused on what is immediately before me, the puzzle that demands solution, the mystery that requires unravelling, that I have perhaps neglected to attend to the fundamental realities that surround me. The loyalty of a friend, the dignity of service, the profound significance that ordinary objects carry in the lives of ordinary people. Holmes, Watson said, rising from his own chair and moving to join the detective at the window, I believe you are being rather harsh on yourself. It seems to me that this afternoon has demonstrated that you do indeed perceive these deeper truths. The manner in which you responded to Mrs. Hudson's distress, the gentleness with which you conducted your investigation, the care with which you articulated the significance of what appeared to be a trivial matter, all of these suggest a capacity for attention that extends far beyond mere observation of physical details. Perhaps, Holmes said, and there was a hint of his characteristic irony in the word, though it was tempered with genuine uncertainty. And yet I wonder whether what I demonstrated this afternoon was genuine perception, or merely a performance of perception, whether I was truly attending to what mattered or whether I was simply providing what appeared to be the appropriate response to a situation that called for human sensitivity. Watson was silent for a moment, considering this question carefully. Outside, the night of London continued its quiet progression. Somewhere in the distance a church bell tolled the hour, its sound muffled by distance and darkness. I believe, Watson said finally, that the question itself suggests a false dichotomy. The fact that you feel uncertainty about whether your response was genuine indicates, in itself, a capacity for genuine feeling. A man whose responses were merely performance would not trouble himself with such questions. Holmes turned from the window and smiled. A genuine smile, not the thin-lipped expression he sometimes wore, but something warm and almost grateful. You may be correct, Watson. You often are, though you rarely receive sufficient credit for it. We spend so much time discussing my deductions that we neglect to recognize your capacity for understanding human nature. You perceive, in your own way, what I perceive through logical analysis. You understand people because you attend to them with genuine care rather than with the cold precision of scientific observation. The two men returned to their chairs, and Watson found that the quality of silence that now descended between them was different from what had preceded it. It was a silence charged with mutual understanding and a recognition of complementary perspectives on the world. Holmes' analytical precision balanced by Watson's emotional intuition. The spoon has taught us something, Holmes said, his voice taking on that reflective quality once more. It has taught us, I believe, that attention is not merely a matter of perceiving details. True attention is a matter of understanding the significance of those details, of perceiving not merely what is present, but what the presence of something signifies about the human beings who have created or chosen to keep it. And what has the spoon signified about Mrs. Hudson? Watson asked. That she is a woman of profound depth, Holmes replied. That beneath her competent exterior lies a rich interior life of memory and feeling. That she has survived loss with grace, and has managed to maintain continuity with her past through the simple expedient of using this object in her daily life. That she is, in short, a person of considerable significance, even though the world at large would classify her merely as a housekeeper, a person of service, someone whose life exists solely to facilitate the lives of others. But surely she knows that those of us who live here recognize her significance, Watson said. Perhaps, Holmes acknowledged. And yet I wonder whether we have truly attended to her as carefully as we might have done. We value her services, yes. We appreciate her competence and her loyalty. But have we truly perceived her as a complete human being? Have we understood that her life contains within it stories and memories and emotional landscapes as complex as our own? Or have we been so focused on our own concerns, our own investigations and studies, that we have treated her presence in this house as a kind of backdrop to our own drama? The question hung in the air between them, and Watson found himself unable to answer it with the unequivocal affirmation that he might have offered had he not been forced to truly consider the matter. The truth was, he realised, that he had taken Mrs. Hudson for granted. He appreciated her, yes, but his appreciation had been peripheral to his consciousness, something that existed in the background of his awareness rather than in its foreground. "I believe," Holmes said, as if reading Watson's thoughts, "that this afternoon has provided us all with a lesson in mindfulness. Not merely the mindfulness of observation, though that is certainly valuable, but the mindfulness of awareness. The awareness that each of the people with whom we interact possesses an inner life as rich and as complex as our own. The awareness that the objects we encounter in the world carry significance that extends far beyond their material composition. The awareness that every moment contains within it the possibility of genuine connection, if only we attend to it with sufficient care and attention." Holmes moved now to the small table where the tea service still rested, and he picked up the recovered spoon, turning it over in his hands with evident care. The rose engraved on its handle caught the light of the gas lamps and seemed to bloom with a subtle beauty that Watson had not previously noticed with such clarity. "Do you know what strikes me most profoundly about this object?" Holmes asked, holding it up to the light. "It is that it is not ornate, it is not particularly elaborate or sophisticated. It is, in fact, a simple object, a piece of silver, a handle, an engraved rose, and yet it carries within it the accumulated significance of more than 30 years. It carries within it the love of a mother-in-law attempting to communicate her approval of a young bride. It carries within it the daily rituals of a marriage. It carries within it the grief of a widow maintaining connection to her deceased husband. And it carries within it this afternoon's small drama of loss and recovery and understanding." "How can an object carry so much?" Watson asked, genuinely puzzled by the question. "Because," Holmes said, "objects are not merely material things. They are repositories of meaning. They are the tangible manifestations of the intangible connections that bind us to one another and to our past. When Mrs. Hudson uses this spoon, she is not merely performing an action. She is maintaining a conversation with her past. She is affirming the continuity of her own existence, the fact that the person she was 30 years ago is connected to the person she is today through an unbroken chain of memory and care." Holmes set the spoon down carefully and returned to his chair. "And the lesson that this teaches," he continued, "is that we must learn to attend to the significance that objects carry, not merely as physical things, but as repositories of meaning. We must learn to perceive the people around us not merely as servants or friends or associates, but as complete human beings whose inner lives are as worthy of attention as any criminal investigation could ever be." "Do you believe," Watson asked carefully, "that our ordinary life here at Baker Street, our investigations and our discussions and our shared experiences, has taught us to neglect this kind of attention?" "I believe," Holmes said, "that it is easy to neglect it. I believe that the excitement of investigation, the stimulation of puzzle solving, the challenge of matching wits with criminal intellects, all of these can conspire to distract us from the more fundamental realities of human existence. And I believe that this afternoon, through the simple mystery of a missing spoon, we have been reminded of what truly matters." The fire in the hearth crackled softly, and the warmth it cast seemed to embrace the two men in their chairs. Outside, London continued its night progression, and the world went about its business, indifferent to the small dramas that played themselves out behind closed doors and within the private spaces of human consciousness. "I wonder," Watson said slowly, "whether Mrs. Hudson realised when she shared the story of the spoon that she was teaching us all a lesson in what matters in life. Whether she understood, as she spoke about her wedding and her husband's death and her daily use of the spoon, that she was communicating something far more profound than a mere anecdote about a domestic object." "I believe," Holmes replied, "that the most significant lessons are often taught unconsciously. People speak their truths not because they are attempting to educate, but simply because they are attempting to make sense of their own experiences, and in listening, in truly listening, we absorb the lessons they are communicating, often without fully realizing that we are being taught." Holmes rose again and moved to the bookcase, where he selected a volume seemingly at random and returned to his chair. But rather than opening it, he held it closed, his fingers drumming against its cover in that characteristic manner of his. "I believe," he said, "that I shall undertake a new practice, beginning tomorrow, I shall devote a portion of each day not to investigation but to simple observation of the ordinary. I shall attempt to perceive the significance that lies beneath the surface of daily life. I shall attempt, in short, to attend to what truly matters with the same rigour and precision that I have ordinarily devoted to the solving of criminal mysteries. That is a commendable resolution, Watson said, and I believe it will serve you well. And you? Holmes asked, turning to regard Watson with that penetrating gaze that could be so unsettling. What lessons do you take from this afternoon? Watson considered the question carefully. I believe, he said finally, that I have been reminded of the value of mindfulness in my daily life. I have been reminded that the objects I encounter and the people I interact with deserve more careful attention than I have ordinarily been inclined to give them. And I have been reminded that sometimes the most profound wisdom is to be found not in grand and complicated matters, but in the simple details of everyday existence. Well said, Holmes replied, with evident satisfaction. I believe that this afternoon, despite, or perhaps because of, its apparent triviality, will prove to have been one of the more significant days that we have spent together at Baker Street. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed the hour, and the sound seemed to underscore the lateness of the evening. Outside, the night had deepened further, and the city had begun to settle into the deep sleep that preceded dawn. Yet inside 221B Baker Street, in the warm glow of the gas lamps and the dying fire, Holmes and Watson sat in companionable silence, each contemplating the lessons that the missing spoon had taught them. There was, Watson reflected, something profoundly settling about reaching such understanding. It was not the kind of understanding that emerged from the solving of a complex case, or the unravelling of an elaborate mystery. Rather, it was the kind of understanding that came from stripping away pretense and performance, and attending, with genuine care and attention, to the fundamental realities of human existence: connection, memory, significance, care. Do you know what I find remarkable? Watson asked, breaking the silence once more. I confess I am uncertain, Holmes replied. Do enlighten me. It is that the solving of this afternoon's mystery has left me feeling more at peace than the solving of most of our criminal cases, Watson said. There is something about understanding what truly matters that seems to quiet the restless parts of one's mind in a way that the most brilliant deduction rarely accomplishes. Holmes smiled, and there was in that smile something that suggested the detective had arrived at similar conclusions through his own process of contemplation. I believe, he said, that you have articulated something approaching genuine wisdom, my dear Watson, and I believe that the spoon, this simple object of silver and engraving, has served its purpose not merely as the centre of this afternoon's mystery, but as a teacher of far more significant truths than we might have anticipated when we began our investigation. And so the evening deepened toward night, and the night deepened toward the small hours before dawn. But within 221B Baker Street, in the sitting room where the gas lamps burned steadily and the fire crackled softly, there persisted a sense of profound peace and understanding. The peace that comes from the recognition of what truly matters, and the understanding that sometimes the most valuable lessons are hidden within the most ordinary occurrences. The night had entered that peculiar phase that only London nights possessed. The time that existed between the late evening and the truly early morning, when the city had nearly emptied itself of its inhabitants, and the streets had taken on a quality of almost dreamlike emptiness. The rain had entirely ceased now, and the dampness that had characterised the day had begun to settle into the very fabric of the city itself, as if London were absorbing the moisture and making it part of its essential nature. The gas lamps continued their faithful burn, though they seemed somehow dimmer now, as if even they were beginning to surrender to the approaching dawn. The stars, which had been obscured throughout the day by clouds and rain, were now visible in scattered fragments through the clearing sky, small points of light that seemed to exist in conversation with the larger constellations of gas lamps that illuminated the human world below. Inside 221B Baker Street, the sitting room had taken on an atmosphere of profound quietude. The fire in the hearth had burned down to glowing embers, and the warmth it cast was no longer the vigorous heat of afternoon, but rather something gentler, more like the warmth of a sleeping thing, present but not demanding, comfortable in its resignation. The gas lamps in the sitting room had been dimmed to their lowest setting, and in this softer light the room seemed to have transformed into something approaching a sanctuary, a space removed from the ordinary world and existing in a time that was somehow separate from the normal progression of hours and minutes. Holmes had long since departed to his own chambers, having announced his intention to engage in a quiet review of some chemical compounds before surrendering to sleep. Yet there had been something in his manner of departure that suggested he was not so much eager for this solitary engagement as he was simply accepting the natural progression of the evening toward night. Watson remained in the sitting room, seemingly loath to abandon the peace that had settled around him, and he occupied his chair with the stillness of a man engaged in profound contemplation. The spoon remained in its place in the tea service, polished and gleaming even in the dimmed light. It seemed to Watson, as he gazed at it, that the object had somehow been transformed by the events of the day. It was still, materially, a simple piece of silver with an engraving of a rose, and yet it appeared to him now to carry a kind of luminosity that it had not possessed that morning. Or perhaps, he reflected, the luminosity had always been there, and it was simply that his attention had been insufficient to perceive it until the day's events had forced a recalibration of his understanding. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked with its steady rhythm, and Watson found himself attending to the sound in a way that he had never done before. Each tick was a small marking of time's passage, a small affirmation that existence was continuing, that the world was moving forward even in the stillness of this late hour. There was something profoundly comforting about this awareness, something that seemed to argue against the anxiety that so often accompanied the awareness of time's relentless forward motion. In the hallway outside the sitting room, Watson could hear the soft sounds of the household settling into sleep. Mrs. Hudson had retired to her quarters some hours ago, and he imagined her now, preparing herself for the sleep that would come at the end of this extraordinary day. He wondered whether she was thinking about the spoon, whether she was reflecting on the manner in which its disappearance had led to such profound conversations and such unexpected revelations. He wondered whether the recovery of the object, combined with the understanding that had emerged from its temporary absence, had somehow changed her relationship to it. He suspected it had. Objects that had been taken for granted often took on new significance once the possibility of their loss had been made manifest. The sounds of the household settling were gentle and rhythmic. The soft closing of doors, the distant sound of water in pipes, the creak of floorboards as people moved through familiar spaces in the darkness. It was the soundtrack of domestic life, the ordinary music that accompanied the progression of day into night. There was something deeply soothing about it, something that seemed to affirm the continuity and order of human existence, the manner in which people engaged in their evening rituals and prepared themselves for the surrender of consciousness that sleep represented. Watson found himself reflecting on the day's events with a clarity that came from distance and time. The morning seemed impossibly far away now, separated from this quiet evening by a chasm of experience and understanding. He could recall the discovery of the missing spoon, but it seemed now almost as if that had been something that had happened to someone else, or perhaps had been read in a book or heard in a story. The intensity of the afternoon, the investigation, the revelation, the emotional conversations, all of these seemed now to have been dreamlike in their quality, as if the day had been a kind of waking dream from which he was now gradually emerging. And yet the understanding that had emerged from these experiences remained perfectly clear. Watson found that he could articulate to himself with perfect precision what the day had taught him. He could identify the specific moments at which his comprehension had shifted or deepened. He could trace the path by which he had arrived at his current state of understanding as clearly as if he had been following a map drawn specifically for his benefit. Outside the windows, London was entering that particular state of quietude that the deep night possessed. The streets below were nearly empty now. An occasional constable made his rounds, his footsteps echoing slightly on the wet cobblestones. A delivery cart, early in its journey toward the markets where the business of feeding the city would begin, rumbled past. A late-returning cab made its way toward Baker Street, its horse moving with the weariness of an animal that had been working since before dawn. These were the inhabitants of night London, workers, soldiers, night-shift labourers, and the occasional gentleman returning from social engagements. They were the people who occupied the spaces that the ordinary world abandoned when darkness fell. Watson rose eventually from his chair, feeling the stiffness that came from having remained in one position for an extended period. He moved slowly through the sitting room, attending to the small tasks that preceded sleep. He checked that the fire was secure, that the gas lamps were properly regulated, that the room would be prepared for the morning without requiring extensive intervention. He picked up the teacup from which he'd been drinking, now cold and abandoned for hours, and set it in the small kitchen area to await Mrs. Hudson's attention in the morning. And then he found himself drawn once more to the tea service, to the spoon that had been the centre of this day's small drama. He picked it up carefully, as if it were something considerably more fragile than its substantial silver form suggested. The rose engraving caught what remained of the light, and for a moment it seemed to Watson as though the engraving possessed a kind of life, as if the rose was somehow real and living, rather than merely depicted in metal. He thought about Mrs. Hudson, about the young woman she had been more than 30 years ago when she received this gift. He imagined her on her wedding day, full of the mixture of hope and anxiety that such a day must have contained. He imagined her accepting the spoon from her mother-in-law, perhaps not fully understanding the significance of the gesture, seeing only a pretty object that had been given with care. And he imagined the accumulation of days and years and moments that had transformed this object from a mere wedding gift into something far more profound, a connection to a lost love, a reminder of a time that no longer existed except in memory. The passage of time seemed, in that moment, to be something almost tangible. Watson found himself acutely aware of the manner in which the past and the present existed simultaneously. The past in memory, in objects, in the stories that people carried with them through their lives, and the present in the actual moment of this late evening in a sitting room in London. Both existed, he reflected, in a kind of simultaneous reality. The past was not gone, not truly. It persisted in the consciousness of those who had experienced it, and it persisted in the objects that carried its significance. Watson set the spoon down gently and moved toward the door of the sitting room. He paused for a moment, looking back at the space he was about to leave, taking in the sight of it in the dimmed light. The room seemed to him to possess a kind of sacred quality in this moment, not religious in its nature, but sacred in the sense that it felt like a space in which important truths had been revealed, in which genuine connection had occurred, in which understanding had deepened. It was a room in which an ordinary object had been revealed to contain extraordinary significance, and in which the people who inhabited that space had learned something fundamental about the nature of what it meant to be human. He made his way up the stairs to his own chambers, moving carefully in the darkness, navigating by memory and long familiarity with the layout of the building. The stairs creaked beneath his feet as they always did, and the sound echoed slightly in the stillness of the house. In his room, he found that the temperature had dropped considerably since evening, and he moved about with quick efficiency, preparing himself for sleep. He changed into his night-clothes, attended to his evening toilette, and settled himself into his bed with the weariness that comes from a day spent in genuine engagement with life's complexities. Yet sleep did not come immediately. Watson found himself lying in the darkness, his mind still active, still engaged with the day's experiences and the understanding that had emerged from them. He stared up at the ceiling, seeing nothing in the darkness but somehow perceiving the familiar geography of his room through force of memory and long habitation. His thoughts moved in slow, meandering patterns, reflecting on Holmes and his vulnerable confessions, on Mrs. Hudson and her story of love and loss, on the spoon and all that it represented. He thought about the manner in which the day had begun, with a simple mystery, a missing object, an apparent disruption in the ordinary. And he thought about the manner in which that simple mystery had revealed itself to contain within it so much more than had been apparent on its surface. There was a lesson in this, he understood. There was a lesson about the nature of attention, about the significance that lay beneath the surface of apparently ordinary things, about the importance of truly seeing the people with whom one shared one's life. In another part of the house, Holmes was engaged in his own evening contemplations. Watson had learned, through long association, that the detective's mind rarely surrendered fully to the necessity of sleep. Holmes seemed to exist in a state of constant engagement with his own thoughts, and his bedtime rituals were often merely a form of capitulation to the necessity of rest rather than a genuine surrender to the demands of sleep. On this particular evening, Watson imagined, Holmes was likely engaged in some form of chemical experimentation, or perhaps simply pacing in his room, his mind working through the implications of the day's events. And in the basement of the house, in the small quarters where she maintained her private domain, Mrs. Hudson was preparing herself for sleep. The spoon sat once more in the tea service in the kitchen, cleaned and polished and restored to its place of honour. Mrs. Hudson had held it again before retiring, had examined the rose engraving once more, and had felt the peculiar mixture of emotions that the day had engendered. There was gratitude in her feelings, gratitude for the recovery of the object, and for the understanding that its disappearance had brought forth. But there was also something else, something that approached a kind of peace. The spoon had been lost and found, and in the process of being lost and found, it had been revealed to be something more than it had been before. It had been transformed from merely an object of memory into an object that had sparked genuine connection and understanding between the people who inhabited 221B Baker Street. Outside the house, London continued its night progression. The constable completed his rounds and returned to his station. The delivery cart continued on toward the markets. The cab deposited its passenger at a townhouse several streets away. And the city, in all its vastness and complexity, continued to breathe and move and function in that peculiar way that great cities possessed. Millions of lives were occurring simultaneously within London, moments of joy and sorrow, connection and isolation, understanding and confusion. The small drama that had unfolded at 221B Baker Street was, in the context of the city's vastness, insignificant, and yet it was also, in the context of the lives of the three people who inhabited that space, profoundly significant. Hours passed in the darkness, hours during which the night deepened and then gradually began its transformation toward morning. The stars that had been visible earlier gradually faded as the first hints of dawn began to appear on the eastern horizon. The gas lamps, which had been burning steadily, began to seem less necessary as the ambient light of approaching dawn made itself felt. The sounds of the house gradually transformed from the sounds of sleep to the sounds of morning awakening. The distant sound of servants beginning their day, the creak of the house as it responded to changing temperature, the first birds beginning their morning songs. And gradually, almost imperceptibly, consciousness began to return to those who had surrendered to sleep. Watson found himself becoming aware of the approach of morning before he had actually awakened. There was a sense of transition, of movement between the realm of sleep and the realm of waking consciousness. His dreams, which had been vivid and complex, began to fade into the background, to be replaced by the emerging awareness of his actual surroundings, the familiar feeling of his bed, the cool air of the morning, the gathering light that indicated the approach of dawn. He opened his eyes to find the room beginning to show the first hints of morning light. The window, which had been a void of darkness during the night, was now beginning to reveal itself as a window again, the outline of the frame becoming visible, the beginning of the London morning becoming apparent beyond the glass. The clock on the mantelpiece outside, he could hear it distantly, was beginning to prepare to mark the hour, and in a few moments the city would begin its inevitable transition from night to day. Watson found himself possessed of a peculiar sense of peace as he lay in the awakening light. The day ahead was unknown, unmarked by any particular significance. It would be, presumably, an ordinary day at 221B Baker Street, Holmes engaged in his investigations or his studies, Watson attending to his practice or perhaps assisting Holmes in some matter that required investigation. Mrs. Hudson would attend to her duties with her usual competence and grace, and the spoon would sit in the tea service, a simple object of silver and engraving that had, through the accidents and coincidences of the previous day, been revealed to carry within its significance far beyond its material composition. Yet as Watson lay in the morning light, he was aware that something fundamental had shifted in his understanding of the world. He knew that he would move through the days to come with an altered awareness, with a heightened attention to the significance of the ordinary and the trivial. He knew that he would never again take for granted the objects that surrounded him, or the people whose lives intersected with his own. He knew, in short, that the mystery of the missing spoon had left its mark upon him, had changed him in ways that he was only beginning to comprehend. Gradually, as the morning light continued to strengthen, Watson found himself surrendering to the necessity of rising. He moved through his morning rituals with the calm efficiency of long habit, preparing himself to meet the day. As he made his way downstairs, the house was beginning to show signs of full awakening. He could hear Mrs. Hudson moving about in the kitchen, the familiar sounds of the morning's preparations. The sitting room was much as it had been the evening before, though the dimmed gas lamps had now been extinguished, and the fire had been reduced to cold ashes that would need to be cleared before a new fire could be built. The spoon sat in the tea service, waiting. It would perform its function this morning, just as it had performed its function for more than 30 years. It would stir sugar into tea. It would facilitate the ordinary rituals of the household, and it would carry with it for Mrs. Hudson the remembrance of a love that had transcended death, a connection to a past that could never truly be lost, because it had been made manifest in the form of this simple object, and somewhere in the vastness of London, other spoons were being used in other households. Other objects were serving their functions and carrying their own significance for the people whose lives they touched. But none of them, Watson reflected, would ever carry quite the weight of significance that the spoon at 221B Baker Street carried, for that spoon had been revealed, through the simple accident of its temporary disappearance, to be far more than merely an object. It was a repository of memory, a vehicle of love, a connection between past and present, between the living and the dead, between the ordinary and the profound. Holmes emerged from his chambers as Watson was settling down to the morning's tea, and the detective appeared to have experienced the kind of night that his restless mind often demanded. There was about him a quality of alertness that suggested he had slept little, if at all, and had instead occupied himself with thought, and perhaps some of the chemical investigations that so often consumed his attention during hours when the ordinary world was asleep. "Good morning, Watson," Holmes said, settling into his chair with a gesture that suggested both weariness and contentment. "I trust you slept well. I found myself unable to surrender to sleep until quite late in the evening. My mind was engaged with certain reflections that emerged from yesterday's events, and I found the contemplation of them too engaging to abandon." "I slept adequately," Watson replied, "though I confess that my sleep was not entirely free from engagement with the day's experiences. I found my dreams returning repeatedly to the events of yesterday, to the implications of the mystery we resolved, and the understanding that emerged from it." "A common enough phenomenon," Holmes said, accepting the cup of tea that Mrs. Hudson had brought in at that moment. "The mind, even in sleep, continues to process experience and to extract meaning from events that have engaged it during waking hours. Did your dreams yield any insights, or were they merely the ordinary repetition of conscious thought translated into the language of the dream state?" "I'm not certain I can articulate the distinction with precision," Watson admitted, "but I believe my dreams were engaged in some form of processing, some attempt to integrate the understanding of yesterday into the broader context of my existing worldview." "A commendable observation," Holmes said, sipping his tea with obvious satisfaction. The spoon clinked softly against the cup. The same motion that Mrs. Hudson had performed thousands of times before, the same motion that would be performed thousands of times again. "I believe that we are only beginning to comprehend the true significance of yesterday's events. It will take considerable time, I suspect, for the full implications to become apparent." Mrs. Hudson, who had been preparing to withdraw from the room, paused at Holmes's words. There was something in the detective's tone that suggested he was not merely making casual observations, but was articulating something of genuine importance. "Mr. Holmes," she inquired gently, "did you mean to suggest that yesterday's mystery contains implications that extend beyond what we discussed during the evening?" "I believe so," Holmes replied, turning to regard her with that penetrating gaze that seemed to look directly into the core of a person's being. "I believe that the events of yesterday have the potential to alter, in subtle but significant ways, the manner in which we perceive one another and interact with one another within this household." Yesterday's mystery was, on one level, entirely trivial. A spoon was misplaced and recovered. Yet in the process of addressing this triviality, we were forced to confront some rather more profound questions about the nature of attention, care, and the significance that we attribute to the objects and people that surround us. "And do you believe those confrontations will have lasting effects?" Mrs. Hudson asked, with evident interest. "I do," Holmes said definitively. "I believe that we have all been changed by yesterday's events, though the changes may not be immediately apparent. I believe that we will find ourselves attending to one another with greater care and attention. I believe that we will find ourselves regarding the ordinary objects of our daily lives with a heightened awareness of their significance. And I believe that the simple accident of a spoon being placed in a pocket without conscious intention has somehow catalyzed a process of understanding that will continue to unfold in ways that we cannot yet predict or comprehend." Mrs. Hudson's eyes glistened slightly, though whether with tears or simply with the reflection of the morning light was impossible to determine. "I hope you are correct, Mr. Holmes," she said softly. "I hope that yesterday's events do indeed herald a change in the quality of our interactions and our awareness of one another." After she'd withdrawn from the room, Watson and Holmes sat together in the morning light, and the quality of silence that descended between them was different from any silence that had preceded it. It was a silence charged with understanding and mutual recognition of something that had shifted in the relationships between the people who occupied this space. It was a silence that acknowledged that the mystery of the missing spoon had, in fact, been a mystery of far greater significance than anyone had initially recognized. Outside the windows, London had fully awakened now. The streets below were beginning to fill with the morning traffic, cabs and carriages, vendors and workers, the ordinary business of a great city beginning its day. The morning light was growing stronger, and the dampness of the previous day was gradually evaporating into the air. It promised to be a fair morning, a day full of ordinary possibilities and ordinary activities. And in this ordinary morning, in the ordinary sitting room of an ordinary house on an ordinary London street, 3 people had been forever changed by the simple disappearance and recovery of a silver spoon with a rose engraved on its handle. The spoon had revealed itself to be far more significant than any of them had initially understood, and in revealing its significance, it had revealed something equally significant about the nature of human connection and the importance of attending to what truly matters in the world. The day proceeded as days ordinarily proceeded. Breakfast was followed by the ordinary activities of the household. Holmes received a visitor in the late morning, some matter of investigation that required his peculiar talents. Watson attended to his correspondence and prepared to make a house call to a patient who had requested his attention. Mrs. Hudson attended to her duties with a competence and grace that characterized everything she did, and the spoon rested in the tea service, waiting for evening to come, waiting for the moment when it would be retrieved once more and used to stir sugar into Mrs. Hudson's evening tea. It would perform this function with the same quiet efficiency that it had performed countless times before, and in performing this function, it would once again create a connection between the present moment and the accumulated past, between a woman and the husband she'd lost, between the morning and the evening, between the ordinary and the profound. This was the mystery that the missing spoon had revealed. Not that objects could disappear and be recovered, not that mysteries could be solved through the application of intelligence and observation, but rather, the most significant mysteries were often the ones that lay at the very heart of what it meant to be human. The mysteries of care and attention, of memory and loss, of the manner in which the ordinary objects of daily life carried within them the concentrated essence of our emotional lives. And as evening approached once more, and the day began its transition back toward night, the spoon awaited its purpose with the quiet patience of an object that had learned through long years of use that significance was not something that was granted by grand gestures or elaborate circumstances, but rather something that accumulated through the simple, repeated acts of daily life, through the countless small moments that, taken together, constituted the substance of a human existence. In the end, the mystery of the missing spoon was not a mystery to be solved, but a truth to be understood, and that truth was that the things we treasure are treasured not because of their material worth, but because of what they represent in the tapestry of our lives, the connections they maintain to our past, and the manner in which they ground us in the present moment and remind us of what truly matters as we move through our days. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the twinkling lights of Hong Kong, the ocean breeze of Bora Bora, the starlit calm of Vienna, or the gentle night air of Helsinki? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the silence settle around you. Let your dreams drift softly across the night. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.